Testing the audio with 10 minutes to go. Testing, testing. There was a scorebook left on the... Good morning to anybody who's watching. We're about 10 minutes away from the start of play. We will be starting on time at 11 o'clock. So stay with us. Good morning to anybody. Good morning. Welcome to the Mandeville Sports Club in rural Canterbury, South Island of New Zealand, for the New Zealand Over 40s IET. That's the Interprovincial Tournament. day 2 action. Wellington Tasman batting first against Auckland. Lewis system. And they'll be playing Auckland, who had a win yesterday against Canterbury Otago, so should be an evenly matched game. But he does open the batting. Ryan Jacobs, big strong opening bowler for Auckland. And just confirming who's opening the batting with. For 4. So first bit of action. Short ball from Ryan Jacobs, pulled away by Scott Jones comfortably for 4. It's short again and punched. End of the first over, 8 without loss. Now, I was trying to work out who this batsman is. I can't find out from Crick HQ, so I'll have to come back to that. I know the bowler is Todd McDonald. Okay, so it's Brian Kramer. Should know, my good mate from Nelson, but didn't quite recognise him. I think he's got a different shirt on today. I could be wrong. He's off the mark. Scored 56 yesterday, so he's in good form. Scott Jones looks in good form as well. He's hit 2 strong boundaries already. Some of the Wellington Tasman guys getting opportunities this season that they didn't last year. A lot of the batting was dominated by Hamish Marshall, Deepak June, Mark Colkin, and that trio of Wellington Tasman batsmen unavailable this year. So chances for other guys, and they're taking them. Three other games which I believe have all started. I'll update you on those throughout the course of the day. With a focus, of course, on the match that we're watching live. Saw that quite a bit yesterday from Brian Kramer. He was a bit hit and miss with his, well, literally, with his favoured shot, which is the cover drive. He does play it well usually, but he missed quite a few times yesterday, and he's started off with a big swoosh here today. Another run for Scott Jones. Here's the cover drive from Kramer. Gets hold of it nicely, but can't beat the field. We saw that a bit yesterday as well. Cheer in the background would tell us that Districts have taken an early wicket against Canterbury Otago in Division 2. Here's Jacobs bowling to Kramer, and he will pick up a leg by as the ball just slides into his... Driven again strongly by Scott Jones, and there's a misfield in the covers, which will allow one. Tidied up by James Marshall. Not sure exactly who that was making the fumble. Number 26. I'll try and learn the players as we go. Short cutaway, but not with any power or timing. Enough for two though, 2 runs. So these two, New Zealand A. Here's McDonald again to Scott Jones. Short cutaway, there'll be more runs, just one. Down to Matt Herring coming around from third man. We'll see him in the bowling attack. Interesting looking chap, and he's been very successful at the bowling crease for his club Cornwall this year, but you have to wait. Usually opens the bowling, but not today. There's the cover drive from Brian Kramer. Finally latches on to one, finds the gap, out to the boundary for 4. Beautiful shot from BK. Yeah, it was just floated out there by Todd McDonald, pretty wide, and Brian Kramer getting his head over the ball and just gracefully pushing it out through the covers for 4. His first boundary of the day. As I mentioned, he scored 56 yesterday, put on a good Andrew McCarr, who isn't opening today, interestingly. Still waiting for some of the other matches to have their scorecards uploaded. So Todd McDonald not really finding his length yet in this over. That was a little bit short, got away with it, and he did over pitch as well. 4 overs gone. Good solid start from Wellington Tasman. 21 without loss. Oh, he had to hit that one. It was honing in on middle stump, but he got enough bat on it to push it out to square leg, where fielder fields, but there's a wayward throw that sends several fielders scurrying to prevent overthrows, which they do. So just the one to Brian Kramer. Takes him on to 7. Oh, another good delivery, tempting Scott Jones. He just prodded at it. It's probably a bit wide for him to have to do that shot, but safely negotiated, and that's the end of a 1 run over from Ryan Jacobs. Over in the distance, you can't see it, but I can. Canterbury Otago, 2 down for 11 against Districts. Division 2, Tim McConnell and Jono Davidson, the men out. Davidson scored 70 yesterday. We've got a second ball duck today. That's cricket, eh? Chris Edmonds taking one of the wickets in that match. He was playing in Division 1 yesterday. He's been demoted. Switched over, let's say. Cover drive again, no run. So teams are allowed to make a couple of changes between the sides on 1 and 2. That's usually to allow for someone who may have been misgraded. So districts have put Chris Edmonds down into Division 2 and brought up Michael Burns, the former first-class player who bowled well yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. Bowled very well yesterday by all accounts. Other changes, I think Auckland have brought Ryan Newman up into Division 1, so you may see him today. Several Ryan. Ooh, they'll pick up a 1 on a misfield by It's a nice, pleasant on drive by Scott Jones for 1. To end Todd McDonald's... No, he's not ended it. Sorry, my bad. Must be 1 ball to go. That will end Todd McDonald's 3rd over. He has none for 12. Ryan Jacobs has none for 11. And it's been a leg by in there too. So 24 without loss after 6 overs. It's lightening up a little bit here at Mandeville. Cloud parting a little bit. Sun breaking through somewhat. Still an overcast day. From this angle, it doesn't look like either bowler is getting a huge amount of swing. I think Ryan Jacobs is more of a seam bowler anyway. That's a good delivery from Jacobs, bowling that hard length, getting it up around the midsection of Scott Jones. It's Fuller, driven very straight through the legs of the umpire, in fact. The outfield's a little bit slow this morning compared to yesterday. There was overnight rain, a fair amount of it. So we're not seeing quite the same value for runs that we did yesterday, where it was much harder and faster. But the forecast for the rest of the tournament is good, so we're hopeful to escape without any further rain interruptions. Didn't really have too much interruption yesterday, as we see another leg by. Although feature match here did finish probably about an hour prematurely. Districts winning by 8 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern system against Wellington Tasman, who are getting a second chance on the same pitch today. Caught, and yep, edge caught behind by Bo Dench. Just driving away from his body there, Scott Jones. Bit of a loose shot really. Might have jagged away slightly. Took the outside edge, and Bo Dench only had to move away to his right a couple of steps to take that catch comfortably. So Scott Jones' innings comes to an end. He started very brightly, then had quite a few dots. Maybe got a wee bit frustrated, and that ball wasn't a half volley, but he had a drive at it anyway and caught. So, Auckland's first breakthrough. Opening batsman out brings the captain, Andrew McCarr, to the crease. So, he's only dropped himself down one position today. And he will be joining Brian Kramer, who he scored or put on 150 with yesterday. So these two got to know each other quite well. Two Tasman lads, if you like, top of the south. McCarr from Blenheim and Kramer from Nelson, formerly Motueka. So the top of the south well represented in the Wellington Tasman team, as you'd expect. So McCarr will be facing up to Jacobs. There's a slip and a short cover has come in now. He's off the mark straight away with a pleasant push through mid-wicket out to the sweeper there. And he'll retain the strike for over number 8. Ryan Jacobs picks up his first wicket of the day, 113 from 4. Swing and a miss from Kramer. We saw him latch onto one of those, very similar delivery a couple of overs ago, but this time missing, so he's not getting much consistency with his cover drive. Grabs the edge down to third man. We'll take another single. think that might be the first wide of the day. And halfway through the 9th over, that's pretty good. Saw lots of wides being bowled yesterday, so some good discipline from the Auckland openers, Jacobs and McDonald. One over in particular from Peter Connell took forever. It was about 2 overs worth of deliveries, at least 6 or 7 wides in there. Just couldn't get it there. Both sides of the wicket, and we saw quite a few wides during the day actually. Oh, second wide. I thought he might have got a little bit of thigh pad on that, but no. So Ryan Jacobs just straying down the leg side a couple of times this over after he's been very good with his line in his first 4 overs. So fairly uneventful over so far.
Finish up the shift, boy.
And they'll finish the over with a single to Brian Kramer, down to third man. 36 for 1 after the first 10, so not too much action in the first 10 overs. A few boundaries early on from Scott Jones, and then that catch behind by Bo Dench, the wicket-keeper, the only wicket so far. That was off the bowling of Ryan Jacobs. And Wellington Tasman Firehawks have progressed fairly comfortably to 36 for 1 after 10. Finally got some scores from the other match in Division 1. It's Districts batting first against Canterbury Otago. Only 5 overs in there, 5.1 overs, 23 without loss. Leighton Parsons in the runs again so far. Down in Division 2, Auckland batting first against Wellington Tasman, 54 for 1 after 10 overs. Another bright start by Greg Gatley, 22 of 15, but he's out now. Okay, so we're going to see a change of bowling here. Matt Herring is going to bowl from the pavilion end. Medium pacer, the man they call Thor, based presumably on his hairdo. He's got a big strong beard, and I'm not sure what you call that hairstyle. Anyway, that's less important than his bowling, I suppose. Just bowls medium pace, but bowls big in swingers usually. That one comes in, so you can see that, and he's had a lot of success so far this year for his club Cornwall. Apparently he's taken an 8-wicket bag and I think a 6-wicket bag. Four dot balls so far from Herring to Kramer. There'll be another one. Getting a little bit of swing. Does have an in-swingers action, as you can tell. It's Fuller and driven strongly, but straight to the man at point, no run. And that's a maiden over. Matt Herring, good start from him. Double change. Who's this coming on now at the far end? It could be Vishal Dubé. No, it's not. Might be Farhan Mirza, the leg spinner, number 26. I'm still getting to know some of these players. I'm going to assume it's him until I discover otherwise. Probably find out pretty soon if he's a leg spinner based on his action. Oh no, it's a medium pacer. No, he is a leggy. Okay, quite a quick action. A little bit short from Mirza and cut by Andrew McCarr, but no run. So he's got a quick action, a little bit like some of these T20 bowlers that you see these days. Comes running in almost like a medium pacer and then just bowls the little leggies. Doesn't look like a huge turner of the ball. A good first over from Farhan Mirza, 3 off it. Really angling it in here. Herring. Looks like he gets swing and then also some movement off the pitch. It's a nice angle coming in. Ooh, and that one might have just straightened. So, yeah, beating the outside edge of Andrew McCarr. Good bowling. Runs his time. In fact, it's gone for 4. It was a full toss and pretty well hit, but it's cover there. But the man coming around just sort of ran over the top of it. It was basically a misfield, and it's gone into the boundary for 4. He's not happy with himself, that fielder down there. So just the one slightly over pitch ball in that over, otherwise pretty good. And he is none for 4 after 2 overs, Matt Herring. 43 for 1 after 13. Looks like they were a little bit late starting in the other match. It's Districts versus Canterbury Otago. Only 7.5 overs bowled there. Nicely covered, driven by Andrew McCarr. What a shot that is. Shot of the day. Andrew McCarr launching into that extra cover drive. Powerfully hit. No chance for any of the fielders. Overtossed by Matt Herring. Really good shot. Driven again, up to Hamish Marshall at mid-off. He has a shy at the stumps. This is the best fielder in the Auckland side, James Marshall. I may have just called him Hamish, sorry. Had to go at the stumps, but missed, and McCarr was home. One more ball until the first drinks break, and then we'll just take a little break. And Brian Kramer brings it to drinks with a nice forward defensive shot to end the 15th over. 53 for 1 is the score. We'll be back in about 3 or 5 minutes. Farhan Mirza resuming after drinks. He has none for 3 from his 2 overs. Bowled pretty well. Andrew McCarr and Brian Kramer both scoring at a similar rate, 13 and 14 and 13 respectively. That one's tossed up, driven up to mid-off, no run. Quite a pleasant day here now. No wind, which is great. They have these huge, great wind-breaking hedges all around. Big shout for LBW. Not out. So we are at least sheltered from any wind that might be around. That's a blessing. Yeah, so it's calm. It's not hot, but it's pleasant enough. Quick single up to mid-on. It's a great complex here at the Mandeville Sports Club. We've got 4 cricket fields. I'll come back to that. 4 cricket fields. There's a couple of rugby fields. There's bowls. There's an equestrian section. I'm pretty sure I saw a sign to the rodeo park or arena or whatever you have for rodeo. So you don't see that very often. I wouldn't say it's my first rodeo, but you don't see many of those around. And then we've got a big pavilion over here to my left. I say pavilion, it's like a bar, bistro, clubhouse. Clubhouse is a better word. But well set up. It's got a fully functioning restaurant, cafe. So if you're anywhere near Ohoka, Rangiora, that sort of area, pop down, have a look. Got 3 games of cricket to watch. Matt Herring is going to continue. Might have been a catch opportunity. A few sort of gasps from the players. It was driven strongly back to him by Andrew McCard, just whether it dropped in front of him or if it was a catchable opportunity. I'm not sure. So it's a bit of an arm wrestle at the moment, this match. 2 batsmen not getting away from the bowlers, but the bowlers not taking wickets either, so something's going to break sooner or later. Tossed up, driven through the covers nicely, extra cover in fact, and it's going to go away for 4. So he's hit it straight enough that the cover sweeper wasn't really in the game. Overtossed by Matt Herring and Brian Kramer getting hold of one of those cover drives. It's his second boundary. Both of them have been cover drives, and he's up to 17. 59 for 1 after 17 overs. That's almost 3.5 and over. In the other match, which is Districts versus Canterbury Otago, Districts have lost 2 wickets for 30 runs. They've lost Midun Lal for 5 and James Mackey for 1. Both out to Simon Murphy, who's almost 50 actually. He turns 50 next year, so he's one of the older players in the competition. He's got 2 for 18 from 5. Another player in that age bracket is 49-year-old Vishal Dubey, who I think is playing this game. He played yesterday for Auckland. Can't see him on the field, but I think he's playing, and he bowls slow left arm, so we'll see him hopefully. Another really good over from Farhan Mirza. Just 1 run off it. He's got none for 5 from 4 overs. He and Matt Herring bowling well in tandem. Herring has none for 14 from 4. If you're watching this, you've probably reached it somehow from the Facebook page, but if you haven't, then please do check out the New Zealand Over40s Cricket Facebook page. That's where all the links will be for scorecards, match reports, results, and it would also be great to get a follow, which will help us maybe attract sponsorship in the future. Always looking for sponsors, the New Zealand Over40s and the Over50s for that matter. If you are interested or able to help, it's a great benefit for us and, you know, for any potential sponsors as well. It's certainly what they call an attractive demographic, the Over40s players. So if you can help at all, please contact me, Jim, through the New Zealand Over40s Facebook page. Alright, in the meantime, back here we've got change in the bowling. It's going to be Juan Lemaitre. Seems to be the way that he pronounces his name. I would have said Juan, I guess. J-U-A-N, usually Juan, isn't it? But I think he said like Jean or something. Anyway, we'll call him Lemaitre. South African born, raised, one of several South African born players in this tournament. We had Ryan Jacobs opening the bowling from this end. He's originally South African. We saw Byron Jolivet yesterday. We've got Gerhard van Staden coming in next, I believe. He's South African. Jason Grobler, he'll open the batting for Auckland, I think. Anyway, so Lemaitre will be bowling to Andrew McCarr. I'm quite looking forward to watching Lemaitre. He has played a good standard of cricket in South Africa, a lot of premier cricket over there. All-rounder, bowls off spin off a couple of paces around the wicket, which is interesting. Yeah, just a really short run up, and bowl's fairly flat. A tricky angle sometimes to face right arm around the wicket. Yeah, tricky because he's just bowling outside leg, or just on or outside leg. Shout for LBW, but I'm pretty sure the angle worked against him on that occasion. Pretty difficult to get an LBW bowling from that angle. And I think if we look at it on the replay, we'll see it had pitched outside leg. In fact, I'll just have a wee look on the replay myself. Yeah, very hard to give those. Auckland captain James Marshall ringing the changes. We're going to see another change at the far end. I think this might be Vishal Dubey coming on. Farhan Mirza had a great spell, 4 overs, none for 5. But I think it's Vishal Dubey, the slow left armour, who turns 50 in a few months' time. He also played for New Zealand over-40s earlier this year against Australia. Did well. Here we go, Vishal Dubey, left arm around the wicket, flat into the middle and leg of Brian Kramer. Pushes it out to backward point. That's Scott Mara, who didn't bowl yesterday. He's another spinner, leggy. Might see him in action today, I'm not sure. Quite a slingy action. Not unlike myself actually, and firing that one down the leg side again, not unlike myself, for a wide. That's better. Confident shout for LBW, but I felt like there was bat on that, and I think the umpire agreed. So both these batsmen on 18, putting on a partnership once again, as they did yesterday, finding it a little bit harder to score quickly, only going at 3.25 and over. after the first wicket fell at 28. It's the third wide in the over so far from Vishal Dubé, so he's just struggling with his line. One offside wide and two leg side ones. $67 for 1. 20's gone, so we're approaching the halfway mark, which will be halfway through the 23rd over. Plenty of wickets in the other match. Districts versus Canterbury Otago, 38 for 3. Districts. Leighton Parsons is still in, anchoring the innings as he did yesterday, 18. But they've lost Midden Lal, James Mackey and Byron Jolivet. And there's a big cheer over to my right, which suggests there's been a wicket fall there as well. I'll find out what's happening there. Meanwhile, we've got Lemaitre continuing right arm round the wicket to Andrew McCarr. Pretty sure that would have been pitching on leg at least. Oh, he's countered that beautifully as Andrew McCurry's taken a step over to the offside and he's swept it over backward square leg for 4. So really well played. Good thinking from back to where he hit it now. He shuffled across to the offside and swept it aerially down to deep backward square leg. Taking good initiative. But apart from that, there's been 4 dots in the over. So still fairly economical from Lemaitre. And he finishes with another, so bowling very well. Juan Lemaitre, South African born. Kiwi, of course. End of the over, 71 for 1 after 21. It's been a really good battle, this. Only one wicket, but the Firehawks haven't been able to get away at all. And you'd probably say Auckland are on top, even though they haven't had much success in the wickets column. The team that has had success in the wickets column is Districts in Division 2. They've had 4 wickets, taken 4 wickets. 3 of them to Colin Rampling, who's finished his spell, 9 overs, 3 for 30. 63 for 4 is the score there. Kramer goes big over long on. I don't know if he's completely timed it. It's pitched 1-2, bounces into the boundary for 4. So I don't know if you heard in the effects mic, but Auckland captain James Marshall said there's been a bit of a gear change in the batting, and that shot from Kramer would suggest that that was indeed correct. Launching into that aerial straight drive off the bowling of Vishal Dubé. Batting from Brian Kramer, forcing the change in the field and then taking advantage. Kramer again plays down to long on. Good over for Wellington Tasman, 7. The one match that I haven't told you about for a little while, Division 2, Auckland are 118 for 2 off 20 overs, so a bit more action there. Rajiv Rajagopal, who scored, what did he score? 60 or 70 yesterday. He's on 38 not out today. Mark Downey scored 40 off 42. He's come and gone. Wickets to Richard Sheehan and Kenny Harle. Kenny Harle, son of Dave Harle, who's well known to a lot of Masters cricket people in New Zealand, very heavily involved with the O60s, really good guy. Oh, chance of a catch, it's gone bunted back to the bowler, and chance of a run out as well, so it's all action here now at Mandeville Sports Club. It was bunted back to the bowler, who didn't actually get a hand on it as far as I can tell. It was definitely a catchable chance, would have been a one-hander. So he missed it, and then they decided to take a single, and James Marshall nearly affecting the run out. So all action all of a sudden. And this game starting to open up a wee bit. We had that arm wrestle for about 15 overs. And I think we're going to see some stuff happen. So singles to bookend that over off the first and sixth deliveries. 2 off it. He has 1 for 8 from 3 overs. Good start for Joan Lemaitre. As I mentioned yesterday, this tournament is primarily a selection tournament for the New Zealand over-40s team, which will be in February. That will be a fantastic occasion. Plenty to play for in this tournament and to look forward to for those selected. They'll look for 2 here. It's gone fairly square, but they settle for 1. So the 2 batsmen going pretty much neck and neck. They were 26 each before that. Kramer just edging ahead onto 27. Both with a strike rate below 50, so they'll want to improve. Got quite a low action, has Vishal Dubé. He's a tall guy, well over 6 foot, but he has a low action, slingy, quite a round arm action. Gets through his overs quite quickly. Here's Makar down the pitch. Doesn't quite get there, so he just bunts it up to long on. So the slower bowlers proving effective today, as they were yesterday in fact. Nick Smith bowled very well. 9 overs. 20. Thinking how he can counter this right arm around the wicket leg side theory bowling. A good bit of cat and mouse here, so Lemaitre has seen that Makar is trying to move over to the offside, so that one was wider of the off stump. I wonder if he's going to continue with that line. He does, he goes wide of off stump again. And that's slashed to kind of a gully really. Almost catchable, it's fallen just in front of him and gone behind him. Eventually that's Ryan Newman there, I think. And they take one. So yeah, really good contest here between Lemaitre and Makar in particular. They're trying to... Whereas for Kramer, who hasn't quite shown that same initiative, Lemaitre is happy to just drop the ball onto the leg stump, knowing that Kramer is more of an offside player. That one is outside the off stump, and Kramer enjoys the width, slapping it out to point, where the fielder is a little bit lazy, stopping the ball with his feet. Four runs in the end off that over, and both batsmen again neck and neck, 29 each. Down the pitch, Brian Kramer, beautiful shot over long off, inside out, really nice use of the feet, lofted aerially, one or two bounces to wide long off. Well played, Brian Kramer. How will Dubé respond? Maybe a flatter ball? It is flat, but Kramer again gives himself a little bit of room. Can't get it through this time. Battle between these two. Ooh, Kramer trying to repeat that shot from the first ball of the over. Clothed it a little bit. It's gone down to long on instead of long off. But they pick up two. Good running. Drives pleasantly again, does Kramer. Picks up a single wide of long, or sort of mid-off really. End of that Vishal Dubé over. He has none for 24 from 4, so he's going at 6s. Lemaitre going at half that, 3s, none for 12 off his 4. Division 2 for Auckland, Rajiv Rajagopal has brought up a second consecutive half-century, 51 not out he is. Played in Division 1 last year, he's been dropped down and he's sending a message to the selectors, which is great. Kramer down the track, over long, off, one bounce for 4. Good shot from Brian Kramer, really getting into his work now. That's boundary number 5 for him. And he's been very strong on the offside. We saw 2 well hit cover drives earlier. And now some lofted straight drives. Those are his strengths. How will Lemaitre react? Tosses it up again on the leg stump. Just popped into the leg side for 1. That's the 100 up for Wellington Tasman. 101 for 1. Two former representative players here, Kramer and McCarr. Well, McCarr actually still plays representative cricket for Marlborough. Brian Kramer used to play for Nelson for many years. And I'm pretty sure Lemaitre has played some rep cricket over in South Africa. I'm not sure exactly who for. So the 2 batsmen's strike rates both over 50 now. I had remarked on how they were both under 50, so they're just creeping up there. The overall run rate up to 3.8. So that's good as well for them. I mean, better. And another single down to long off. Got the captain there at long off, James Marshall. I think he spotted it as a potential high traffic area, having seen Brian Kramer play his shots recently there. So 1 to finish the over, and Brian Kramer's taken a little bit of a lead over Andrew McCarr. They were neck and neck for most of their innings. He's now 43 and McCarr is 31. Matt Herring is back on from the far end, the hedge end, replacing Vishal Dubey, who didn't quite get it going today. Went at 6 and over for his 4 overs. And not really fast enough to be bowling short anyway, to be honest. One McCarr, the 4th single in that over. And those were the scoring shots in the over. 4 off it. Partnership of 81 between these two now. They put on 150 odd yesterday. 81 today, and run rate just creeping up towards 4, so that'll give them a good base to launch in the last 15 overs. We've got 2 more overs before the drinks break. and then there will be 15 overs left. Car down the pitch, chance of a catch, easy catch in the end for Ryan Jacobs, running across to his left at square leg on the boundary. It was whipped very square by McCarr, trying to break the shackles, and picked out basically the only fielder within 50 metres, and his innings comes to an end. He was trying to accelerate. Lemaitre picks up a well-deserved wicket, and that breaks that partnership of 83. So Andrew McCarr caught Jacobs, bowled Lemaitre for 34. Right, Gerhard van Staden coming to the wicket. Another South African. So he'll be facing his end of a wicket taking over for Joan Lemaitre. He is 1 for 21 from 6. And it's 109 for 2 with 1 over to go before drinks. Ooh, there's going to be runs here, maybe of the leg by variety. It's going to be 4 of them. It's wides, in fact. It's come right down directly behind the keeper. So 5 wides. Very helpful for the Wellington Tasman Firehawks cause. Bowler's end, I think, yeah, Kramer would have been long gone. Bo Dench having a Full toss from Herring. Just head out to the cover sweeper for 1. So Gerhard Van Staden, scores his first run of the tournament. I'm sure he'll be pleased about that. On, getting closer to a 50 now. I'll just check with the official score. The official score has him on 49. So his next run will be his 50. So Brian Kramer on 49, not 48 as it says on your screen. So his next run will be his 50th. And he won't get it on this occasion. End of the over, end of the second power play, drinks. Joan Lemaitre will continue after drinks. We're into the final 15 in this Wellington Tasman innings. He's bowling to Gerhard van Staden. I've been given some pronunciation tips. Gerhard. I'll keep working on it. Gerhard. Maybe I'll just call him Van Staden. Bowled him, chopped on, outside the off stump, and Gerhard van Staden trying to probably hit it a little too square. Ended up just getting the thick inside edge back on stumps, and another low score for Van Staden, out for 2 this time. New batsman Mark Young opened the batting yesterday, coming in at 5 today. No sign of Campbell McLean at the batting crease yet. He missed out on selection yesterday and obviously not batting in the top 5 today.
Nah, I'm going to waterboard one of those fuckers.
Young off the mark to end the over. A wicket taking one for Joan Lemaitre. He now has 2 for 22 from 7. And Auckland getting the first strike after the drinks break. That run rate still below 4, 3.84 currently. Vishal Dubey is going to come back now for his second spell. James Marshall chopping and changing his bowlers nicely today. Dubey was a bit expensive earlier on, went for 6 and over. But he's been given another chance, and Mark Young has chopped him away for 1 run, bringing Brian Kramer on strike, who is just 1 run away from his 2nd consecutive 50. Which he will get with this push down to long on. Let's just wait for some claps. Here they come to confirm that. 4 off the over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Haven't been around the grounds for a little while. Let's do that. Other Division 1 match. Districts 90 for 3. Leighton Parsons and Lincoln Reed have put on about 60. So recovering the innings there for districts. Division 2, Auckland versus Wellington Tasman are 173 for 3, so they're going along quite nicely. Ryan Takura's on 12 for 4. Craig Primmer, 45 not out. And Dan Van, 31 not out of 47. Here's Lemaitre. A little bit short, pulled away by Young. He's got protection there though. And a good arm from Ryan Jacobs on the boundary. Six runs pulled away by Mark Young. Great shot into the boundary. Over the boundary, in fact, for 6. Is it the first 6 of the day? Yes, it is. Well played by Mark Young. It was a bad ball from Vishal Dubé. A long hop. Eleven overs to go now, one of which will be bowled by Joan Lemaitre. He has 1 over left in his spell. He's taken 2 for 28, bowled really well. Good control. Had a good little battle with Andrew McCarr earlier. Really, McCarr's the only one who's tried to do anything to counter his line. What will Mark Young do? He's looked aggressive, got himself to 13 off 17, hit that big 6 off Vishal Dubé in the last over. And with 11 overs to go and the run rate at exactly, well, just over 4, 4.03. I guess the target would be 200. That would be another 63 off 11. So anything over that will be a decent score. We saw it was almost a winning score yesterday, 223 here. Brian Kramer, he's batted through this innings, all 34 overs for 53. Now's the time probably for him to look to get a little more expansive. Which he does with a beautiful straight drive, loft one bounce for 4, right down over to my left here. Great shot from Kramer, beautiful use of the feet. And hitting the ball straight as you like. Pulled away by Mark Young, one bounce to Ryan Jacobs out at square leg, who wasn't ready for that. He was, I think he was talking with the fielder in the next game, and he looked very surprised that the ball had come his way, and it came his way quite quickly too. Alright, a bit more action happening now into the last 10, as one might expect. Kramer down the pitch again, straight back to the bowler though. Over bowled. End of Jean Lemaitre's spell, 9 overs, 2 for 35. Excellent from him. Farhan Mirza is going to have his second spell from the far end, replacing Vishal Dubey. Bowled well earlier, really well, 4 overs, none for 5. Just bowls those quick leggies. Taking a bit of time to set his field in conjunction with James Marshall. 26 these two have put on. Mark Young has 15 of those. In the other match, in Division 1, District's 108 for 3, going along at about 4 and over. Leighton Parsons approaching his second consecutive half-century. He's on 45, continuing his wonderful form. Lincoln Reed, 41 from 52. Good partnership for them, about 70 odd. Here's Mirza. Great bit of fielding, and that gully by Scott Mara diving away one-handed prevents any run. Scott Mara in the action again, tumbling away to his left this time. It's a high traffic area there at backward point for the leg spinner. This one goes out to long off for a single.
Over bowled.
Todd McDonald back into the attack for the death overs. For Auckland, he is none for 17 from 5. Shot from Brian Kramer. It's full toss. Doesn't take full toll of it though. Gets one. Hit hard, but great fielding in the covers. Who's that? Let's identify that man. Might be Greg Johnson. I'm not sure. Great fielding, diving away, preventing any run. Ooh, beaten or bowled by McDonald. That ends his comeback over. Eight overs to go now. Run rate 4, still hovering around that 4. If they're going to get to 200, they're going to need 52 off the last 8, which is a bit over 6. One team that has scored 200 is Auckland in Division 2. They're 201 for 4 after 36 overs. So they're going at 5 and over. Kramer goes hard down the ground, and they'll just take one. Three singles off the first 3 balls of this Farhan Mirza over. Big shot from Mark Young. Is there a man out there? I don't think so. No, it's gone over the boundary for 4. Good strong shot from Mark Young, who I think plays for, is it Nine Eye or one of those clubs out in the hut? Good slog sweep from him. That's his first boundary to go with a 6 that he hit off Vishal Dubey a few overs ago. Pick up a single, that's good batting. So Wellington Tasman getting closer to that score of 200 that I'm sure they'd love, and anything above that will obviously make the target a little bit stiffer for Auckland when they come out. But they'll need a good target because Auckland have quite a strong batting lineup, led of course by former black cap James Marshall. He'll open the batting, I expect. Juan Lemaitre is a good batsman. Scott Mara, New Zealand player. 7 off the over from McDonald. He's bowled 7 overs, none for 26 now. Pretty economical. Also economical. Farhan Mirza, none for 14 from 6. We've got 6 overs left. The partnership in the match between Dips and Canterbury Otago, between Leighton Parsons and Lincoln Reid, continues. That partnership is... Oh no, in fact Leighton Parsons is out now. He's just been dismissed. Caught and bowled by Hardeep Singh for 48, so we won't get that second straight 50. 124 for 4 they are there. Mirza continuing here to Kramer, who's on 65. It's been a good, solid anchor innings from Brian Kramer. I think the question now will be how he's able to accelerate in these last overs. He's done the job of anchoring. Now's probably the time to launch. 6 overs left. He does launch, chance of a catch down to long on, should be taken, is easily taken. So the end of the Kramer innings now, heaving it down to long on, where the fielder can't identify has taken the catch, and that ends Brian Kramer's long vigil. 65 off 105 deliveries, doing a good job for his side. Darren Cudby is the new batsman. Played pretty well yesterday for 20 odd. Started off a wee bit slowly. I think it took him 10 balls to get off the mark, but then he played some nice aggressive shots. Brian Kramer getting a round of applause as he comes off, having scored 65. Mark Young goes big, winds up and smashes it over mid-wicket for 6. That's his second 6, and a nice shot it was too. Just opened the shoulders and launched it well over the head of the fielder at deep mid-wicket. He's up to 32 from 34 now. Almost a golf swing, that one. The ball has been retrieved from under the hedge. It's back in the hands of Mirza. So he's got a very wide long on, deep mid-wicket, whose head that went over, and a square leg. Those are the boundary riders on the onside. There's a long as well. That one's flatter, as you'd imagine. And misfield allows a run. Official Dubé doing that. That won't please James Marshall. It was very simple. Ryan Jacobs is going to replace his fellow opening bowler Todd McDonald. To bowl the 41st over. From this, the clubhouse end, he'll be bowling to the aggressive Mark Young, who's struck 2 sixes and a 4. Gives himself some room, and wow! What's happened there? That would have been a stunner of a catch. I think that's Ryan Newman. So hang on, I'll tell you what happened. So Mark Young gave himself room, smashed it into the offside to short cover, and Ryan Newman dove full length and got hands to it, 2 hands, but couldn't quite grab onto it and parried it out to cover sweeper. So the end result is 1 run, but that would have been the best catch I think we've ever seen at this level if he'd taken it. Amazing effort. Shout for LBW, not out, and they will take a leg bye. Mark Young goes big, that's huge, onto the clubhouse. Wait for the bang, there we go. It's hit the roof of the clubhouse. 6 runs, great shot from Young. He's a big hitter, isn't he? When he opens those shoulders, he can hit, and he has done. 3rd 6 of the innings for Mark Young. In fact, he's hit all 3 that Wellington Tasman have hit. 178 now, getting closer to that 200. This is a well-timed run rate increase. It's up to 4.4 now. Nicely struck away by Darren Cudby, but Matt Herring on the boundary does really well. And a double is what they'll get. "12 off this over so far with the ball to go. Nicely clipped away by Cudby. There'll be more runs on the onside. Very similar sprawling save. In fact, he hasn't saved it. That's Grobbler there. He's just parried it over the boundary. So, good shot from Darren Cudby. Makes that very expensive. 16 runs off it. Run rate up to 4.54 now. Goodbye, Wellington Tasman. Mark Young, 41. Darren Cudby, 7. Partnership of 24 in very quick time. Districts not going so so quick. They're 128 for 4 after 32 overs over at Main Power Oval against Canterbury Otago. In Division 2, Auckland's 228 for 5. Solid contributions from everyone there. And Canterbury Otago in Division 2, 150 for 8, the defending champions there. So we haven't seen a century in this tournament, and we haven't seen a 4-wicket bag yet. A lot of handy contributions, a few 50s, a few 80s, a few 3-fers, but no outstanding individual performance yet. We're only close to halfway through round 2, so that's fine. I'm sure they'll come. Todd McDonald being swung around to the far end. Pulled away by Mark Young. 1 bounce for 4. Good shot. Oh, some people are saying it's 6, some of the fielders. The spectators. No, 4 is given. Mark Young approaching a 50, 45 off 39 he is. He's given some real impetus to this run or target setting effort, and you'll get another 1 here. Exactly what Wellington Tasman needed coming in at this point. Still got Justin Hobbs to come, he's padded up. Campbell McLean is padded up. 2 Tasman boys. But we've got 2 Wellingtonians at the crease now. In fact, 2 Hutt Valley lads, I believe. Could be on strike. Mark Young on 47. He's hit that straight. I don't know if it's going to go for 4. It might do. It has, in fact, and that brings up his 50. Well batted, Mark Young. Bringing up that 50 with a good solid hit down the ground. On for 4. And he brings up 50 from 42 deliveries. 3 4s, 3 6s. That's his first 50 in over 40s cricket. Usually opens the batting and hasn't had great success doing so at this level, but with the opportunity to come in at number, was he 5 today? He's taken that and batted really well. So Farhan Mirza has been swung around as well. He's going to bowl from the clubhouse end. He's been the most economical of the Auckland bowlers, taking 1 for 31. 1 for 31, I've got him as 1 for 22. Alright, bit of a discrepancy between my figures and the Cricket HQ one. Juan Lemaitre was very economical as well. Anyway, here's Mirza. Shout for LBW, not out, as Mark Young tries to swing it out square on the onside. In fact, it's Darren Cudby, sorry. Plays exactly the same shot this time, does hit it. Straight out to the square leg boundary rider. That's Jason Grobler with a good arm there. 1 taken. So we've got the better part of 3 overs to go, including this one. They're definitely going to score that 200. They're only 1 run shy of that now. So with 2.5 overs to go, they could be looking at similar score to yesterday, about 220. The way Mark Young in particular is batting. They will pick up a single here that will bring up the 200. 200 for 4 after 42.4 overs. That's 4.69 an over. This will be a leg by. Four runs off that over. Good bowling from the man they call Fizz, Farhan Mirza. My figures, I have him at 1 for 25, but Cricket HQ, the Cricket HQ scorer has him at 1 for 34, so a bit of a difference there, but that's okay. He's bowled well, whatever his figures are. Players out today for Wellington Tasman: Scott Jones 16, Andrew McCarr 35, Gerhard van Staden 2, Brian Kramer for 65, top scorer in the innings so far. Mark Young 54 not out, Darren Cudby 11 not out. Wickets 2 for Lemaitre, 2 for 34, and 1 each to Mirza and Ryan Jacobs. Todd McDonald is going to bowl his last. He's got none for 38 from 8. 2 overs left. That's in the gap between Point and Gully, and they both chase after it. One of them gets it and they take 2. Bowled him! Big swing from Mark Young, as you'd expect at this time of the innings, and he missed. McDonald hit. End of a really good inning from the man they call Bushy, and McDonald gets his first. Fifth wicket down for Wellington Tasman. Fifth one captured by Auckland. 208 for 5 with, I think that was the last ball of the over, so we've got 1 over left. And Justin Hobbs is walking to the wicket. He's a good hitter, so he's probably a good guy to have coming in at this point to join Darren Cudby. I said it was over, but it seems to be another ball. Okay, that is the over. 1 over to go, 208 for 5. So if things go well for Wellington Tasman, they could maybe get up to around 220. Even if they finish on about 215, I think they'd be quite happy with that, considering they were going at around 3 1/4 halfway through the innings. They've turned it around well. Yeah, they've gone at a bit over 6 for the last 15 overs. There's some blue sky peeks through the clouds, finally. Looking like it might be a nice afternoon here in North Canterbury. Cudby sneaks 1, so Justin Hobbs will have a chance to do some big hitting. As a reminder, he was the leading run scorer in Division 2 last year. He's been promoted. Not getting a big opportunity here. Shout for LB, but that was down leg. Another dot. So this is great bowling from Farhan Mirza, bowling the last ball of the innings. It's great to see a leggy doing that. He's got 3 balls left. So does Hobbs. What can they both do? It's full and he's bowled him, giving himself room. Justin Hobbs, probably a good option, but just couldn't connect. And that'll be a 3-ball duck for last year's leading run scorer, Justin Hobbs. And a well-deserved second wicket for Farhan Mirza. And that gives a very belated opportunity to Campbell McLean, who is not a specialist at coming in with 2 balls to go. He's more of a guy who bats 4 or 5 and is a good chaser, good accumulator, but he's got to do something here. He is a good player of spin though, and he likes to go inside out over cover, so we might see him do that. Let's see. He goes through cover, but off the back foot and just picks up 1. So he's done his job. Well done, Campbell, the man they call Bags. So Darren Cudby has the honour of facing the last ball. 210 for 6, the score. Shout for LBW, that should be out, it is. So great finish for Farhan Mirza. He picks up 3 to go with the 3 that he took yesterday. That probably makes him the leading wicket taker. We'll have to check on that, but he bowled that one flat and full. Cudby went for the sweep. He missed, and the umpire had no hesitation. I gave it out from here anyway. So, innings over. 210 for 7 is the score. So when we come back in about 45 minutes or so, Auckland will need 1 more than that, which is 211. Then.
Hell yeah.
Okay, welcome back to Mandeville Sports Club for the run chase that Auckland are about to undertake. Looking for 211 to beat Wellington Tasman in this round 2 match of the New Zealand O40s. .210, probably about what Wellington Tasman would have hoped for most of the way through their innings. There was 50s to Brian Kramer, who batted through most of the innings for about 65, and Mark Young came in at the end and swished a few to get 50 odd. So here's Jason Davis, bowled pretty well yesterday, bowling to Jason Grobler. Two Jasons in action here. Jason Grobler got a first ball duck yesterday, so he's negotiated that milestone and gives a humorous acknowledgement to the applause of the crowd, his teammates. Oh, now he's pulled away, so not sure what's happened there. Might have got a bug in the eye. Something's in his eye. There are a few bugs around. I'm getting all these little tiny jumping spiders where I'm sitting in this little makeshift marquee. So I don't know if Jason Grobler got one of those in the face or something, but he had to pull away right at the last moment. So Auckland need just about 4 2/3 from the start of this innings. Not too difficult really, and they're off the mark now with a single down to third man. Few more theatrics from Jason Grobler acknowledging his first run. Hopefully that silly nonsense will finish now and we can get on with some proper cricket. Wind picking up here a little bit. You might be able to hear the side of my marquee flapping around a bit. I'll try and fix that up at the end of this over. First time we've had a bit of blusteriness. Ooh, that caught the edge, went to second slip, but no chance of a catch. End of the first over, one without loss. Alright, as expected, we've got Sean Windle bowling from the hedge end. Bowled well again yesterday. I think he took 1 or 2 for 27. One of the best bowlers in New Zealand at this level. He's been really impressive at every opportunity he's had. Bowls left arm, angles the ball across, but does have the ability to swing the ball back in. To the right hander, that is. Oh, catch goes down. That was a chance. Who's that? Is it Brian Cramer at slip? I'm not sure. Second slip. It was a big whoosh from Grobbelaar, and caught the edge, and it was high above the head of Brian Cramer, but one of those sort of catchable high ones. So he should have done better. Early chance goes down for Wellington Tasman, and Grobbelaar scores a run. Ooh, that might have been the one that came back in. Looked like it had a bit of shape to it. He's bowling a little bit quicker this year than he did last year. Sean Windle, he had some health issues this time last year that meant he couldn't really commit to his bowling action, but he's sorted all that out, and he's just bowling with a bit more freedom this year. Shout for W, he does get a lot of LBWs, Sean Windle, especially with the ones that come back in. He's an awkward customer, and that's why he's successful. Good fielding by Hasib Kazi in the gully. Prevents a run. So we've got 2 slips and a gully. And we've got a square leg, fine leg out. Oh, there's another big shout for LBW. That looks better, and he's got him. Given out. Another LBW for Sean Windle, and he's got one of the prize wickets, Juan Lemaitre, who's one of Auckland's top batsmen. Played well yesterday, but not today. And Sean Windle again with that left arm angle. He's just very difficult to play. Good on him from a Wellington Tasman point of view. So, Lemaitre falls for a duck. Auckland, 2 for 1. That's the end of the successful Sean Windle over. And James Marshall has come to the crease, the former New Zealand opening batsman. His twin brother Hamish played at the IPT last year, unavailable this year unfortunately. But James still here, captaining the side. Here's Jason Davis bowling to Jason Grobler. Oh, he's gone all as Grobler to a ball way outside off stump, and it's taken the toe end of the bat and gone to slip. So James Marshall taking guard now. He scored 84 yesterday to top score for Auckland as they pulled off a successful run chase against Canterbury Otago, the defending champs. So he's in good form and he's obviously a good player. Cuts out to the boundary for 4. Too easy for a player of Marshall's quality. Can't really afford to bowl short and wide, which Jason Davis did on that occasion, and spoils an otherwise pretty good up and allows James Marshall to get off the mark. 8 for 1 after 3. So we've got two games in Division 1. In this one that we're watching, Wellington Tasman scored 210. In the other game, Districts scored exactly the same score, 210 for 8 they finished on. Lincoln Reed 78. And Leighton Parsons 48. And then Nick Smith 29 not out at the end, batting at 10. He's a handy little player, Nick Smith. Adam Hastelow 3 for 42. Took the most wickets for Canterbury Otago. Here's Sean Windle bowling to James Marshall. This could be an interesting contest if you can get one of those LBW threatening deliveries. Oh, there's that one that comes back in and it beats the defensive push of Jason Grobler, tall fella. Hit on the pad but a little bit high. Such a threatening delivery, that one from the left armour. It comes back into the right-handed batsman. Ooh, Grobler goes over the top, solid shot, one bounce for 4. Very nice from the tall Auckland opening batsman. Lofted off drive, beautiful shot to end the over. Covered drive, drop cat at point. So not a cover drive, square drive. Slashed out to Nuan Wirosoria, who's diving away to his left. Got one hand to it. That would have been a fantastic wicket for Wellington Tasman. Great effort from the little man, but he couldn't quite haul it in. James Marshall survives, takes a single. It takes the edge and it's been parried away by the wicketkeeper away from the slip. Probably would have gone to slip if he hadn't deflected it, and they take 2. Right, here's Windle to Grobbelaar, who will pick up 2, I think. Yes, for that leg glance. Whoa, Grobbelaar has a massive swing at that. Makes no contact. Through to Darren Cudby, who's keeping up, as he usually does. Not wearing pads, as is his wont. Shout for LBW again. Umpire gives it out. Sean Windle cannot stop taking LBWs. Just gets that one to come back in again. Hit him high, but not high enough for it to go over the top of the stump, said the umpire. And Sean Windle, such a dangerous bowler at this level. He sent back two of the Auckland top batsmen in the form of Juan Lemaitre and Jason Grobler. Wellington Tasman well on top, 21 for 2. Coming to the end of the 6th over. Great start for them, great start for Sean Windle. Windle took 2 for 17 from 7 overs yesterday, and he's taken 2 for 9 so far today. So what's that, 4 for 26 he's got so far. Great start to the tournament for him. Greg Johnson is the new batsman. He scored an unbeaten 50 yesterday. So it was this partnership, the Marshall-Johnson partnership, that won the match yesterday for Auckland, and I expect it'll have to be their chase today as well. Little fumble at square leg, lets Greg Johnson get off the mark. That was Campbell McLean, usually a very safe fielder. 22 for 2 after 6 overs. A couple of Division 2 matches well underway. Districts chasing 163, they're 32 for 1. Simon Eves is out. Matthew Earl is in with Amit Taneja. And Auckland managed a really good score in Division 2 of 273 for 6, and the Wellington Tasman chase just about starting now. Pulled away. That was a short delivery, deserved to get hit, and Greg Johnson pulled it away very efficiently for 4. No one anywhere near that. So I don't really think that Jason Davis at his pace should be trying to bounce anybody, let alone a top order batsman who's in good nick. Six off their last over from Jason Davis, as Auckland look to rebuild, having lost 2 early wickets at 28 for 2. And Sean Windle has those 2, 3 overs, 2 for 11. He's bowling to James Marshall. This should be quite entertaining one way or another. A little bit over tossed that time by Wendell, and it's been driven towards the boundary. It won't reach it. They'll take 2. It's that cover point. Wendell searching for that miracle delivery, which would remove the star Auckland batsman. I think what he really wants is just that full good length delivery that comes back a bit and gets him an LBW. That's his specialist wicket taking ball. Did last year's IPT and playing for New Zealand A. Beats the bat. Driven over the top by James Marshall, over the head of mid-off, down to the boundary for 4. Over bowled, a 2 and a 4 to James Marshall, the only scoring shots. Marshall has 13 from 16. Johnson, Greg Johnson that is, 6 off 6. So there's a fair bit of blue sky. Half the sky is blue, half the sky is white fluffy clouds. But it's quite warm out there. I'm chilly under my marquee here and the wind has picked up a bit. So I've got my tracksuit top on and my puffer jacket on top. But the players look comfortable enough out there, enjoying the bright sunshine. Here's Davis to Johnson. Watchful. Oh, nice back foot punch from Johnson. Beats the dive of the short cover, that's Justin Hobbs, and you take 2 as it rolls out towards the extra cover boundary. Nice shot from Greg Johnson. Wow, heading that on the up over long off for 6. What a beautifully timed shot that was. Real handsome cricket shot. Held the pose for a second as well. Waited for the photos. It was really nice from Johnson. Chases that one, does Johnson. Just gets a thick outside edge. Down to third man for 1, which will end Jason Davis's 5th over. He's got none for 26. We might see a change, having bowled 5 without taking a wicket. Let's see. Sean Windle's going to have another one, which is completely understandable. He's taken both the wickets. He's bowled fairly tightly as well. Shout for LBW again. Umpire thinks about it, gives it out. Another LBW for Sean Windle. Greg Johnson is not delighted, but, well, why would he be? He's been given out. But Sean Windle certainly is, and the Wellington Tasman boys are really about that. 3 LBWs to Sean Windle. The umpire had a good long think about it. Just another one of those ones that comes back in at the right-hander. Beats the defensive shot. They've all been defensive shots, and well, we'll have a look at it on the replay. Well, I will at least, and it didn't look too bad. Just trying to confirm who this new batsman is. Oh, was that Scott Mara that just got out? It was Scott Mara. So Greg Johnson is the new batsman. I've made a mistake there. So this is Greg Johnson now. My mistake. He's off the mark. Stops inside the line by Jason Davis, and they take 2 runs. To end that Windle over, another wicket taking one. He has 3 for 21 from 5. It's 48 for 3 after 10. So Jason Davis getting another go. Captain has faith in him. Firehawks captain Andrew McCarr persisting with Sean Windle, seeing him correctly as his main strike bowler, looking for one more breakthrough. Can he get it against James Marshall? Oh, it's a beautiful check cover drive, extra cover drive from Marshall, which takes 2, so he won't get at that ball, but he has been fantastic. Windle, 3 LBWs. It's Ariel. Oh, he's dropped that catch. That's Nuan, I think. Surya. Oh, that was a crucial chance. Went straight to on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Was not a difficult catch. Straight to him, and he seemed no, it wasn't Surya. Find out who it was. Might be Justin Hobbs. He's usually a fantastic fielder. He almost sort of charged in too hard. He didn't really need to. Was hit well enough to reach him. He's about 35 yards away from the bat, and yeah, just in and out, snatched at it a little bit. And it's James Marshall that he's dropped, so crucial opportunity. End of an over where Sean Windle could have had his 4th wicket if Justin Hobbs had been able to hang on to a straightforward catch at cover. He wasn't. So 53 for 3 remains the score. 12 overs into this interesting run chase. 3 other run chases in progress, obviously. The other Division 1 game, Canterbury Otago chasing the same score as Auckland here, 2-11 to win that game. They're 28 without loss. Hardeep Singh off to a layer, 20 off 23. And we're going to see Jason Davis's spell end, to be replaced by Hasib Kazi. Bowled well yesterday. Tell you what he did yesterday, hang on. Actually, that'll just take me a moment. Yesterday Hasib Kazi bowled 9 overs, 1 for 36, so that was a good effort from him. Just a short chap, bowls along the wicket. That one's thumped away by James Marshall, a little bit short, and crunched powerfully through extra cover for 4. James Marshall's one of those batsmen who, he does play nice shots, but you know, you look at his score and suddenly he's on 24 or 40 or 50 or whatever it is, and you wonder how he's managed to score at a run a ball. It's a full toss which has been hit over mid-on for 4 runs. He didn't get all of it, but he got enough to get it over the head of mid-on, and then the momentum on the ball did the work. Second boundary in this over. Going to get another run here with the misfield by, it might be Van Staden there at mid-off. It was hit powerfully, full toss. Good delivery from Windle again, catches the outside edge, heading down towards the boundary, third man. It'll just get pulled inside, and they'll take first 3 of the day. It might be the first 3 that I've seen on this ground in the whole tournament actually. Don't remember one yesterday. Beautiful shot from Greg Johnson over the head of Hasib Kazi at long leg for 6. Really nice. First bad ball really from Windle. It was short and on leg stump. And Johnson just helped it on straight down towards Hasib Kazi, but over his head by about a couple of metres. So nice, sick, tired Windle. Beautiful shot from James Marshall over the top of long off for 6. What a beautiful shot. Straight drive. Classy from the former international. Saw a lovely straight 6 from Scott Mara a few overs ago. That was just as good. Overs. 81, it's actually 83 for 3. I'll see if I can correct some stuff there. Yeah, 83 for 3. We'll be back in a moment. Alright, just about to start after drinks. Looks like Campbell McLean is going to have a bowl. This bowl's slow medium pace. Generally bowls good length. Can snaffle wickets. But he's going to be bowling to an informed James Marshall, who's on 37. I've got him on 42, but I'm incorrect, so I need to adjust that. Interestingly poised, this run chase. Auckland have lost 3 wickets, but they're ahead of the run rate, and if they can just have one partnership, maybe this one, put on 80 or 90, then that will set them up. Speaking of setting up, James Marshall has set up a nice boundary there, whacking it away. A loosener from McLean. It's running a long way past the boundary out towards that big hedge there. So, not a great loosener from Campbell McLean. He hasn't had a bat in this tournament. Well, he had one ball today, and this is his first match, so looking to contribute. The catch. I think he has. I think Justin Hobbs has spilled another one off James Marshall. That one harder. It was hit hard, and yeah, but again it's gone in and out of the hands of Justin Hobbs. So Wellington Tasman have dropped 3 catches, I believe, today. Slipped 2 in the covers. Over bowled. So apart from that, the rest of the over was pretty good. Right, who have we got bowling here? It is a change. Is it Gerhard van Staden? I think it is. Yep, it is. Now, he didn't bowl yesterday, interestingly. Down the track, first ball is James Marshall using his feet. Picks up a quick single, taking the attack to the bowler. Not looking to get a few sighters. Quite happy to put the pressure straight on. Johnson on the sweep. We'll pick up one. Good first over from Van Staden, just 3 off it. Nice quick single there for James Marshall, just dropping into the offside. Nice little scoop shot from James Marshall. Didn't get much on it, but enough to get a single. Ooh, nicely tossed up by Van Staden, and good bit of fielding by, I think that might be the captain, Andrew McCarr. But Auckland progressing along nicely. They're going at 5 1/4 and over. They only need 4.3 from here. Slog sweep this time from Johnson. I think he's found the gap. It's gone out into my blind spot, but the umpire helps me out by signalling 4. So good aggressive shot by, I'm seeing too many of those. That brings up the 100 for the loss of 3. Oh, tossed up again. He tries to repeat the shot, but it was maybe just a little bit too full. And through to the keeper. No run. Alright, change of bowling. Campbell McLean's bowled 2 overs for 8, and he's being replaced by Nuan Wirasuria, the off-spinner. Bowled very well yesterday. Got taken to a little bit in his last couple of overs, but his first 5 or 6 overs were very tight. Let's see how he can bowl to James Marshall. Starts with a full toss, which is slammed away, very similar to the way that Campbell McLean started. Full toss, heaved away over the vacant mid-wicket, past the boundary, out towards the big hedge. Sends Mark Young on a long chase, which I'm sure he doesn't appreciate very much. James Marshall up to 47 now. This would be his second straight 50 in the IPT 2023-24. And and he might get it with this shot. He slammed it back down. In fact, he has. Consecutive boundaries for James Marshall, brings up 50. It was a little bit over pitched, and he just calmly hit it straight down the ground for 4 to bring up 50. So well batted, James Marshall. And the call is 2, which he'll pick up quite comfortably here. Big shot from Greg Johnson, but well fielded by Sean Windle on the boundary, means they just get 1. So if you don't know much about James Marshall, he played 148 first-class games and 158 list A matches, mainly Northern Districts, but also for New Zealand. 7 tests, 10 one-dayers. Scored about 12,000 runs at an average in the early 30s, so very handy player. And Greg Johnson gets 1 more here. Had a highest score in one-dayers of 161, that's internationals, that was England. And highest first-class score of 235, so that's pretty good as well. .12 off Wirasuria's first over. Straight down the ground from Greg Johnson, great shot. He's opening up a little bit now. It was really nicely played, just a good solid shot. Very similar to the one that James Marshall played in the previous over from Wirasuria. $73 is the value of this partnership now between Johnson and Marshall. Bit of a change in the field. Looks like they're bringing in another man across to the offside. Long on is back, long off is back. Cover is back. Square leg is back. and there's a gap that I can't see over to my right. Maybe a fielder there as well. And Marshall pushes to one of those gaps, the long on one, for one. Marshall sweeps beautifully for 4. Great placement on that shot, really nice. Knew there was a big gap there, just manoeuvred the ball into it. Really clever, professional batting. So change of angle from the bowler. He's going to come around the wicket. We saw Juan Lemaitre do that effectively for Auckland. Let's see if Weiraswea can have any luck doing the same. Down the track and driven to mid-off, long off, 1. Takes him into the 60s, 60 he is. Still, no batsman has scored 100 in this tournament. Leighton Parsons scored 80 odd yesterday. James Marshall himself scored 84. I think they're the only 2 to reach 80. Straight down the ground from Johnson, lovely shot, boom. So he's opening up a bit, Johnson. He's sort of block or bash really, this guy. He looks very sort of crabby when he defends, but then when he opens the shoulders, he plays lovely, fluent, aggressive shots, like that one. Canterbury Otago versus Districts. The mainland is 85 without loss after 16.4. Hardeep Singh 59 from 58. Right, sorry for the silence there, folks. Just had a conversation that I had to have with the chairman of Veterans Cricket New Zealand. As you would have seen, wicket has just fallen, that of Greg Johnson skying the ball up, and Andrew McCarr circling underneath it took the catch. So that ends a very good partnership. And I'm just looking to see who the new batsman, I think it's Ryan Newman, is the new man at the crease. So 134 for 4 now is the score. That was a partnership of almost 100, about 90 in fact. James Marshall still there, doing what he does, scoring at a run of ball, chipping the ball into gaps, hitting the odd boundary. And Ryan Newman, who's actually come up from the Division 2 side. He was playing second grade yesterday, and given the chance, show what he can do, coming in at number 6. Good reward for Gerhard van Staden, taking his first wicket. He's bowled really well, but a good innings from Greg Johnson too. 29 for him. He starts with a pretty poor delivery, which Ryan wasn't quite ready for, and just hit it round the corner. No run. Ooh, bit of spin there for Van Staden. To end the over, 134 for 4, so Auckland need a further 77 runs off 120 balls with 6 wickets in hand. Their current run rate is 5.36 and they need 3.85 from here on in. In the other Division 1 match, Canterbury Otago have lost a wicket. DJ Lyons was caught. Singh bowled Comerford. 21. Hardeep Singh, he's still in. Danger man, 71 not out. He's been joined by Steve Hobson. They're chasing 211 to win that match. 99 for 1. Ooh, and in Division 2, Districts are on my favourite score. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chasing 162. Big shout for caught behind, given. So Newman is gone. Andrew McCarr strikes. Darren Cudby takes the wicket and takes the catch. He's so delighted he races down and hands the ball to the umpire at the striker's end. Wellington Tasman grab another one. 135 for 5 now. Has this match taken a turn? Still 76 needed. Bo Dench has come in at number 7 to replace Ryan Newman. Wicket-keeper batsman for Auckland. So Bo Dench was still playing Premier Cricket in Auckland last season. He's dropped down a grade now, but good player. Played for New Zealand A last season, did really well in one of the games. I think it was against New Zealand. He got a 70. Good nuggety little keeper batsman. But he's got a job to do today. 76 needed, 5 wickets in hand. Oh, that's an adventurous shot from Bo Dench. Maybe it wasn't quite for such an aggressive pull. Oh, has he caught it? I think he might. That might be out. The fielders are very... Yes, he has been given out. So it spun back in, took the glove, and Darren Cudby, the keeper, leapt across to his right and caught it just inches off the turf. I'm not sure why Bo Dench was sticking around, but he's out. He's been caught behind. Caught Cudby, bowled Van Staden without scoring, and another wicket tumbles for Auckland. So much resting on James Marshall. Acrobatic catch from Darren Cudby. Todd McDonald comes to the wicket now. Lower order batsman, but can be effective. I think he scored a 40, or it might even been a 50 in a warm-up match to win the game for Auckland. That was earlier this season, I believe. Still 75 runs needed. From Gerhard van Staden, the man they call G. It was a wicket wicket, or an over with a wicket and 1 run off it. So he has 2 for 18 from 6. Andrew Mackay has a wicket as well, and Wellington Tasman now have Auckland 6 down for 138. They were 135 for 3 wickets for 3 wickets for 3 runs. Men out: Jason Grobler for 13, Juan Lemaitre out for 0, Scott Mara for 15, Greg Johnson for 29, and then ducks to Newman and Dench. Runs here for McDonald. He's found the gap. There'll be 2 because Wellington is pretty fast in the outfield. So Wellington heading out towards the boundary now as cover. Wellington Tasman can snaffle one more. They'll probably feel they're on top here. Pushing for 2. They want to get James Marshall back on strike. There's a wee fumble by Kazi, but they can't get back for 2. So just the 1 for James Marshall means that Todd McDonald. Big shot there from Todd McDonald. That's good for Auckland. Nice slog sweep. Tossed up a bit more from Van Staden. And Todd McDonald showing good batsmanship to play that aggressive slog sweep for 4. 65 needed now. Ooh, tossed up again, some good turn there for Van Staden. And well left by Todd McDonald to end the over. 6 off it though, and Auckland inching closer. They need 65 off 96 now. Run rate's not a problem, they're going at 5s. They only need 4s. And of course the key wicket, James Marshall, still at the crease. 66 from 68. In the other Division 1 game, Hardeep Singh has become has the highest score in the tournament so far. He's on 92 not out now off 88, closing in on a century. Such a good player he is, really good to watch. And Steve Hobson is with him there, 14. So they're closing in on their target of 211. So again, James Marshall takes an early single in the over, which means Todd McDonald will have some batting to do. Oh, 2 guys could have taken that catch just about, the bowler and the mid-off. As it happens, it evaded both of them. So McDonald continues, facing McCarr. Wide outside the off stump, well hit and well fielded by Justin Hobbs, who has dropped a couple of catches today, one easy, one hard, but his ground fielding has been pretty good. He's quick across the turf as Justin Hobbs, and he runs back to the cover sweeper position now as we come to the last ball of the over. So they're giving Todd McDonald 1 here, should he wish to take it. But no, he lets it go. So he'll let James Marshall take the first ball of the next over. And we're going to have drinks, I think. A little bit early, but there we are. Back soon. Right, so it is 30 overs gone. I thought we'd taken an early drinks break, but no, it's 30 overs. So we've got 15 overs left. That's 90 balls for Auckland to score 64 runs. And they've got 4 wickets in hand, one of which is James Marshall, who's progressed serenely to 67. Has been dropped a couple of times. But I've been impressed with Gerhard van Staden, 2 for 24 from 7. He's bowled really nicely. Ooh, Marshall tries to get down to the pitch of the ball, but it's a nice quick delivery from van Staden, and he ended up just having to poke at it just to make sure he hit it. And he overthinks that one. Van Staden ends up bowling a big full toss, which Marshall slams away for 4. So I think he was thinking that he would toss it up, but just up far too much. Similar shot, it was a better ball, but similar area from Marshall, and the same result, 4 runs. Justin Hobbs tried to throw himself at that ball to catch it. Nothing that James Marshall hits is sticking to Justin Hobbs. Anyway, 4 off consecutive balls takes Marshall up to 75, and Auckland 8 runs closer to their target. More runs here for Marshall. It'll just be 1. Good fielding by Leonard Reeves, who's on as a substitute fielder. But that's a good result for Auckland. That just leaves Todd McDonald 1 ball to finish in this over. Oh, McDonald plays a beautiful sweep shot. He's not going to get 4, but he'll get 2. So that's a perfect result for Auckland, because it means Marshall's on strike for the first ball of the next over. So good over, 8-11 off that. Now we finally got a score from the Division 2 match between these two teams. Auckland scored 273 for 6, Wellington Tasman 164 for 6. Chris Fitzgerald batting well again, 59. Big shout for LBW. No. good batting from Todd McDonald. It's going out towards the boundary for 2 more. He's been good, McDonald. 10 off 19, doing a really good job in James Marshall. Great shot from Todd McDonald. That could go out to the boundary for 4. It does. What a classical batsman's shot that was. Extra cover drive. Lovely stuff from the number 8. So things getting just away from Wellington Tasman a little bit. They were definitely on top when that last wicket fell, but this partnership is already 29. So they haven't looked troubled. Speaking of people not looking troubled, Hardeep Singh has reached the first century of this edition of the IPT. 102 not out he is. He scored an incredible century in the final of the last IPT, 174 not out. This one a little bit more sedate, coming off 97 balls with 11 fours, but what a classy player he is. Two more for James Marshall on the reverse paddle. Plays that paddle again, anticipated well by the fielder who did the hard work of anticipating it but then couldn't actually stop it. And they take 2. That might have been Scott Jones, who's a very good fielder. Big shout for LBW. Is he going to give this one? No, again. Andrew McCarr's had a couple turned down that he's felt pretty confident about. I think the umpire's had a pretty good day today. He did give 3 LBs to Sean Windle early on, but none of those looked terribly controversial. And he's certainly shown that he can say no as well. So a good effort from the umpire. Ooh, short wide. Good fielding. Covers by Justin Hobbs. Right, 11 overs left. 38 to get if you're Auckland. 4 wickets to get if you're Wellington Tasman. So Gerhard van Stel has come to an end, 9 overs, 2 for 40, and the other off-spinner, Nuwan Weerasurya, will come back. He didn't have an easy time of it early on. His 2 overs went for 22. James Marshall took to him. He's got a bowl to Marshall again here. Oh, that's a nice delivery. Bowling around the wicket, went across Marshall and almost sort of went on. And Angle beat him outside the off stump. Nice delivery. Marshall ready for it this time and just stayed leg side of the ball. Dropped it down to short third for 1. Oh, it's beaten the field. Good shot from Todd McDonald. I think he's got enough on it to reach the boundary. He does, much to the delight of his teammates on the boundary. 18 he is now, 3 boundaries. Good batting from Todd McDonald, the bowling all-rounder. So there was an appeal for LBW first, but it was missing, pitching outside leg, and then an appeal for a catch, but I think it had hit his pad. It was just pitching outside leg. So the end result, not out. Oh, that's a better shout. Oh, I don't know about that one. Looked like it was pitching on the wickets. Again, trying to sweep was McDonald. Not a bad delivery. was full. It was pitching on. I would have thought might have been turning enough to be a legitimate shout. No, but the umpire was very quick to put his head down, and so that's what counts. End of that over. 178 for 6. We've got 10 overs left now. McCarr's going to continue. The ground fielding's been very good by the Wellington Tasman team. Another good effort there by one of the fielders. I can't quite make out who it is. James Marshall, what a great innings from him. 86 from 86, just effortlessly accumulating. And if Auckland do get up here, it would be a shame if Marshall didn't reach his 100. He needs 14 out of the remaining 33 to get there. And that'll be 2 of them. .88 from 88. Oh, he's beaten. Shout for LBW. I think it might have been outside off stump. Good delivery from McCarr. And Marshall was trying to whip it on the leg side, which would have required a fair amount of whippage. He couldn't quite do it. Beaten. Appeal for LBW, not out. End of the over. Another good shot from Todd McDonald. Swept away powerfully out to the boundary for 4 more. That's 4 boundaries for the number 8, Todd McDonald. 23 now he is from 33. And that's the 50 partnership as well. They'll take a quick single here, which they'll get, and that'll keep Marshall on strike. So another good for Auckland. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 off that over, and they're doing it easily at the moment. They need 23 from 48. 4 wickets in hand. It's under 3 and over. James Marshall into the 90s. In the other Division 1 match, Hardeep Singh still going along. He's 114 not out. Nick Horsley is with him on 9. And Canterbury Otago marching towards their target of 211. Division 2. Looks like Wellington Tasman are going to beat Auckland. And oh no, sorry, they're going to lose to Auckland in that game. They need about 90 off the last 10 with only 2 wickets in hand. And Districts are going to squeak past Canterbury Otago in Division 2. Scores are tied and they have 3 wickets left. Car to continue to leg side wide. It's down the leg side again. We'll just have to wait and see whether it's wides or buys or leg buys or something. I think it's going to be wides. No, it's runs in fact. Okay, 2 runs to James Marshall, takes him up to 92. Actually, the official score has him on 94, so let's try and get that right. Oh, nice solid shot from Todd McDonald. Boof, down the ground for 4. No run, and that's over. So there is a possibility of Marshall getting stranded here. Todd McDonald's on strike, 13 runs needed. Marshall needs 5 to get his 100. Hopefully that won't happen for his sake, but if Todd McDonald gets a bit excited and hits a couple of boundaries, then you never know. Change of bowling, Jason Davis. He's going to return to the attack from the clubhouse end. Open the bowling, 6 overs, none for 26. Sean Windle still has 2 up his sleeve, and Andrew McCarr may think that now's the time to bring him back if he wants to win this match. I wouldn't be leaving it to the 43rd and 45th overs. Hoisted away by Todd McDonald, but there's protection out there in the form of Campbell McLean, who's got a great arm, and there's just one. 199 for 6. Target is 11, so they're pretty much sure to get the target. Only question remains whether James Marshall can get himself a century. 95 he is. Now, if Auckland win this, they'll be 2-0, and Wellington Tasman will be 0-2, which will mean they'll need to win. Well, they could well be out of it. Although, you never know, because districts are likely to have a loss today. They'll be 1-1. Canterbury will be 1-1. Auckland will be the only unbeaten team. So it could be all to play for on Sunday. Shout for LBW. Going down legs. Is the umpire. Chance for a run out. Yeah, he's going to be gone. Todd McDonald has basically thrown his wicket away there. It was an LBW shout, which was given not out, but he'd run halfway down the wicket. James Marshall said, "Don't do that," and by the time he got back, he hadn't got back, so he was run out by about 3 or 4 metres. End of a very good innings. The partnership of 64. Todd McDonald scored 29. Now, I'm just not sure who the new batsman is. It doesn't look like Matt Herring because he hasn't got a great big beard. Don't think it's Ryan Jacobs, but it could be. In fact, I might go with Ryan Jacobs because I don't think it's Farhan Mirza either. No, it's not Ryan Jacobs, so it must be Farhan Mirza. Okay, 11 runs required to win the match. That shouldn't be an issue. James Marshall, 96, and he'll be on strike. Sean Windle has come back. Last roll of the dice for Andrew McCarr. Maybe an over or two too late. Swinging back in, he's still getting some movement with the old ball is Sean Windle. He was pretty awesome early on, troubling all the batsmen. Except maybe James Marshall. Marshall just seemed like a class above, with everybody else struggling with movement back in from Windle. That's away for runs, probably 2 of them. He just wants 2. .99 he's on now, James Marshall. Mirza will have 3 balls left in this over. Getting a bit of advice from Marshall. Watch out for all sorts of dismissals there. Caught behind, stumping. A little bit desperate from the Wellington Tasman boys. But fair enough. End of the over. So James Marshall will be on strike with 1 run required for him to bring up 100 and 8 runs required for Auckland to win this match. So it's almost been a one-man show. Marshall scoring 99, but he's had good support from Greg Johnson and Todd McDonald. There's been 1, 2, 3 ducks in there as well. Okay, here we go. Jason Davis bowling to just James Marshall on 99. Let's it go. It's a wide. Buys. 2 buys. So 5 runs needed now. Better not bowl a 5 wides down the leg side. That would swing somewhat. So 1 run for Marshall to bring up a century now. He won't get at that ball. Or that one. Not sure he knows he's on 99, but he's batting like he knows. Good bowling from Davis though, apart from the wide. Goes over, bounce. Falls safely. Marshall brings up 100. Acknowledges the crowd. Good applause. Takes a handshake from the bowler. Well batted James Marshall, 2nd century of the IPT this year behind Hardeep Singh for Canterbury. His first, James Marshall's, following 84 yesterday, so he's in good nick. And making a good case to get named in that New Zealand side to go to the World Cup. Oh, chance of a catch taken. What a great catch. Moving away at first slip there. Sort of out of nowhere, really. The regular length delivery shot up a little bit and took the edge of the bat, and slipsman moved over to his right about 3 or 4 paces. I think that was Andrew McCarr, and snaffled it. So a late twist, who knows? Probably not. New batsman Ryan Jacobs coming in with 4 runs needed to win this match from 25 balls. Only 2 wickets in hand though, so if they can somehow get one more and keep James Marshall off strike, and who knows. 8 down, they've done pretty well. Oh, it's beaten the field though, and they should get 2 here. Good push down the ground, and 2 runs. Looks like that might be the winning of the match. In fact, it is. Okay, so Isaac's off there, but they've won the match. Congratulations to Auckland for winning this match by 2 wickets. And Auckland now go 2-0. Wellington Tasman 0-2. They've got a lot of work to do to make the final. And Auckland there jubilant. They went through the entire tournament last year winless. Now they've won 2 out of 2. Excellent century from James Marshall. And some good individual performances as well. Good team performances. That will do us for this evening. We'll be back here on Sunday. No play tomorrow because of club cricket. Be back here on Sunday for round 3. Join us then.